shit. Another one. Yeah, night stream. It's kind of night. It's late-ish. I don't know. I'm just woken from a nap. Got a kombucha, and I'm just kind of gassed up. I think I'm gonna work for a good while. Um, yeah, I don't know on what exactly. Another no plan, but I think it's probably the last stream for a couple days. Um, Probably gonna be gone this weekend. Then next week, probably be out for a couple days at least for streaming. So yeah, figure I'd squeeze this one in, and I hope you don't mind that there's not a strict plan. But as always, go nuts, ask anything, regardless of what I'm doing. Hello, boss. Yo, what is good, man? How you doing? Um, yeah. Oh, and I added a backing to the chat now, so really a lot of upgrades happening to the stream right now. So it's big time now. Oh shit. But yeah, I think priority one for me right now is just want to get this thing sort of sorted out. Trying to get Ari over to a spot where he's done with it, or where I'm done with it, and he can start development on it. He has been. He's focused on the Zoom. Keep it up. Don't encourage me, man. These nominal upgrades like that, you know, I think I could probably do better. Um, I do want to do like the motion for the stream, just the designs for it, but you know, this thing I just need to clear off my plate and be done with it. And I think it's getting close. Um, I'm torn on this like navigation state. This is kind of the one thing that's it kind of holds me up right now because it kind of sucks. I kind of like it in isolation, but then when I paste it on top of things, it just oh bueno. It's all good, man. We just want to have fun at the end of the day. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do a bit more with like some of these late night streams where I'm just like jacked up on caffeine. Just have fun with this shit. Like I know I'm like really flat. Like I don't most excitable person all the time, but you know, gotta have fun with this shit. And that's where like all my Puff Daddy gifts and all that wild shit for the alert box. It may work. I don't know. They weren't showing up last time. So if you want to test it, I mean, you can always go ahead and subscribe to the Twitch channel. Test it. It's one way to test it out. Your aesthetic's so good. Well, thank you. Thank you. 8 a.m. India. Yeah, so this is a different time. I don't think I've hopped on this late before. But yeah, I got a lot of work done this morning. And for some reason, just really tired. Took an afternoon nap and just woke up with energy. So I figure it's a good time to just get a lot of work done. Not a lot of people texting. Let's be honest. Everyone knows I'm working anyway, so they don't usually text me, but sad. Not sad. Oh, man. Gotta have fun with this shit. 640. So this nav is like the last thing. What software are you using if you don't mind? This is Sketch. Sketch 73, I guess. Yeah, so it's like people have kind of been moving away from it and going to Figma. Figma is it's become the industry standard. And I don't know, everyone just, Figma was more forward thinking about a lot of things they did. Sketch just kind of got complacent. I bought into Sketch, and I'm one of those people, like, once I commit to something, it's just like, well, here goes nothing. I'm going Sketch. So I have libraries for my own brand that I just brought in here. I just like the workflow, especially for stuff that's my own brand. I can just kind of easily tap into like, oh yeah, freaking tight. Like all these different assets I have, like within different libraries. It's just, yeah. 80% finished. This site, um, it's getting there. I would say, but like the last 10, 20% is always the longest, man. It's like probably the last 5%. I'll just like look at things and be like, oh, that's not good. What if we try this? And I'll like, I don't know, whatever it is that I'll try. It's like, oh, let's make it vertical, like a stoplight or something. Oh shit, that's so much better. Then I'll update it and be like, oh shit, like I didn't. Well, what I was thinking, that's really stupid. So then I go back and fix it. And it's like this back and forth for forever. Lambig, how's it going, man? Why Figma and Sketch? Why not Photoshop? I mean, I had this open. I was actually just looking up some old work. So the thumbnail is actually some old like concept work I did for this like, I guess it's a conference. The idea was a conference. It was not vetted out. It was like, hey, got some downtime. Why don't you just work on something? So I don't know, like I don't know where I got this idea for this like sun and lines and grain and glow. Like I don't know, but it got weird and fun. So I'm like looking at all these different things um, to bring in because I'm also working on where is it? I don't know where that is. But I like always have a tab open. So one of the last streams I was, and again like live streams and then stream like this name's not gonna stick. Um, but trying to like populate content for my little Pinterest grid or whatever, um, which oh apparently the Lightbox works now. Didn't realize that. But some of these other ones like just filling it out with um, different things. But getting a masonry grid to work in Webflow, like it's still it's if you were here, this was like really painful to watch me just struggle. So you know, this isn't one of the previous streams that shows like how I went through this and made the different tabs last time. And sorry if I'm scrolling all over the place. I'm using my tablet for everything right now. And one of the more recent updates, I think, inverted my scroll to like natural versus unnatural. I guess in Apple terms, but yeah. So, um, but why Figma and Sketch? So for me, so Photoshop's always like I tried to dump Photoshop, if I'm being honest, but being able to create things like this for different art directions, um, which requires a lot of like image compositing, a lot of like finesse, like masking and shit like that. Um, like Sketch and Figma will never be that. So if I want to get a little bit more, because to me and the way I like to art direct, a lot of that's like building assets like into the direction. Like you're kind of creating things, and that's why all these composites came about. Because I just didn't have stuff, and it felt like I should start creating stuff for each of these. So like depending like whether it's like this distortion map um, sort of thing. I don't know what's going on with this image, but because things like that, I think like start I don't know just having more flexibility of what you can do when it comes to asset generation. So, oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, oh like the eyes coming through. I forgot about that. I think that's Frank Sinatra, if I remember correctly. A bunch of criminals. So this is where like Photoshop will always have its place for me, but for things like interactive design, um, I think there's a lot of potential for like if you have e-commerce projects for sure. Like if you need to update a product tile in Photoshop, like if you had a bunch of product. Oh no. If you had, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Well, you did. You get a lot of product tiles. I don't need to show it. And if you need to update the design, like let's say you need to change the font style on it, um, you do it once in the master in like the symbols, and then it's proliferated everywhere in the design. So, and just in the same way, like these navigation. So if I'm creating different stages, like so I have the still section, I have the story section, and if I make any change to like the nav structure, um, like it's I just go back to my symbols, and then it's updated here and it's updated everywhere. So I think um, that's the benefit of both of those. To be honest, is like this symbols idea. You can go further and you can create type styles. So if you update, like let's say I set like a text style for this and I change it globally, it'll implement it across the board. Like there's a lot of so if you're doing interactive, I think Sketch and Figma are optimized for like web app design or like e-commerce or very like interaction based design. Um, where systems are important, a lot of like reusable elements are important. But then thinking from like a developer standpoint, like if they just kind of wrap the tools in a way that makes development easier, like all these textiles, like this I think is to keep like us crazy designers from just having like 13 pixel font, 14 pixel font, 16 pixel font, like we have a middle gray at 50%, a blue gray, gray, like they're trying to like just create systems, but this is the hard part with Sketch and Figma is like if you're going to use these systems, it's easy to be kind of like confound or like just restricted, I guess. It's like you think of everything in terms of limitations. So there's definitely more structure, but you just have to be careful that you implement that structure at the right time and you give yourself time to go off and just do whatever. Like use 12 different font sizes, use all these different grays, and then when push comes to shove, it's like, okay, I need to start thinking of like an actual system, like if I consolidate these things, because so much in development and making that like it's usually already a tight timeline. So if you can start consolidating things and create like reusable elements, or just be like a little strategic and system sort of mentality, you're gonna make a lot of people happy with that. And then just for me, like if I update things, I like just not having to think about it because I do a lot of different states. So it's like a drag state. I have like a drag state for the top navigation, for like the navigator, for I don't know why that's consolidated down to that. Drag states for these as well. Um, so it's yeah, it's like Photoshop Smart Objects. Um, so I kind of fell off with Photoshop in terms of like the more advanced, I don't know, like not advanced, like the features they started adding on. My understanding is that you can place external smart objects within Photoshop, like individual Photoshop files, and then if you update the master, it then updates it to all the files, which I think is great and something that was long overdue. Um, but this is like very native, very like in the same place. I can bounce back and forth between them, and then you can have external libraries. So I have, if this is part of it, it's not. I don't think I have anything distorted. So this is something I have in my master library. It's huge. So I can edit in the library just to pull it up real fast. So I have all of these top level standards and elements, and how much I actually use them is, I don't use these very much. This was something that was like a nice exercise and nice in theory, but I've just found that I need more flexibility than I'm capable of doing. So you can set all these type styles, and so when you select type styles, like so for for these, like I can go to my master. So this is the external library, and I have all of them. And so, like, let's say I want this to be H center, left aligned, dark text. Well, I probably should have done light so you can actually see it. But yeah, so it's leveraging this H7 right here. And if I update this and save it, I'll get a notification up here saying there's updates to the library. Do you want to implement them? You can either do it or not do it. But there's complications. I don't use the text styles as much as I thought I was going to. Especially with like so I have like an Instagram master. So for my Instagram posts, I created this as an external library thinking this was something I was just gonna like, it's like, oh, I'm gonna wanna save every Instagram story. So if I have like a new document, I create artboard. So I have my Insta story. And then, so if I wanna insert symbols from the master library, I can do, I think I put it in layout, yeah. So then I look at the different layouts. So it's like, oh, is it editorial? Is it a title card? Let's say if it's just image, it's like, okay, I want to have location center. So then I have this guy. And so this, I then have my overrides over here. So I can just choose an image for my selects. So that's the image, and it's implemented there. And then if I make updates to the design here, it's then reflected over there. But I'm just seeing Instagram stories and posts is very fleeting. I mean, especially as Instagram's talking about becoming more and more like TikTok. Like, I think me and Instagram are gonna have less of a relationship going forward. So. Everything's so compact. Yeah, it's great. And like, if you're like me and you want to get carried away, you can do nested symbols. So then you can place symbols. So this is my top navigation, but this is this symbol up here. There was more of a reason for it before, but if I update this, it'll update here. And then even from, so the actual system that I'm implementing is probably not the best. But let's see, can I select this? It's not letting me do it. I don't know why, but you can like override individual embedded symbols or nested symbols. So you can really get carried away. Like, there was some points, I can't remember what it was. There was one design I did where all the arrows, so I had like a very core level symbol of like, this is what my arrows look like, this is what my, I can't remember what else it was. Just different elements, and then it was embedded, and then it was embedded again. So like, there were all these other broader elements, but all I had to do was update the arrow once, and it updated it in like 200 places automatically. But that can kind of be, that could, I mean, there's a certain point where you're overdoing it, and you're making more work creating the system, and you're not reaping as many benefits. But that's, yeah, part of the fun. Why is this wrong? Oh, sorry. Oh, no. So this is gonna, I'm thinking is going to be like a minimized state. I like the idea of it reducing down to this. The whole idea is that this is supposed to look like some of the vintage switches from all these radio dials. So I've been looking at some of these. It's like this, almost exactly. Like just these different switches, so you can just like go between them. So there's all these like visual analogies that are, I don't know, they're kind of literal. You could see where some of the other I was working on this one of the other streams, like, so to show, to show, to show, like some of the different scroll speeds, because the idea is you can drag and this will move, but it'll like show the scroll speed. So this is viewports per second or some bullshit like that. But the idea is that it's going to reduce down to something like this. I thought about having zoom here, but I don't think free zoom is going to make it. So I can actually get rid of this. What are you saying? And I'm sure my cursor is going to make you nauseous at some point, so sorry. Because like I watch myself when I do like video walkthroughs of stuff, and like just to like kill time, I'm just like, and it's like this, and it's like that, and like now that I've got some caffeine in me, I don't know. I'm sorry. I think it's a couple people dropped off. It's just like this guy's on one. I have the mouse, but it's not. I don't know. I like to keep familiar with this, but I'll make a point to try and not do my spastic stuff. I'm a work in progress, what can I say? So I just need to show how this thing works and whether this is something even worth keeping. The idea is to have some parity between this and the zoom. So it's like how the primary function is represented. The zoom on the individual image is pretty important, just as in like, so this is for the slideshow of these stories that I'm going to work on. So you land there, it resolves into something more minimal. I think this needs to be minimal, minimized. This, I need to figure out what to do with that. Like the positioning makes the most sense in the middle, but it doesn't for that same element when it comes to the stills. And like this rotational element, it really doesn't make sense. Like I think everything about the zoom, the dials, and the positioning, like it makes sense in like a radial sort of analogy, but not so much this. As always, anything else you want to talk about? Don't be shy. This is still passing. That's fine. This is where I don't even know if I need these. Only thing is like the close is really important. Have it. Panning. So once you get into it, there's no center option. This question should probably be for Ari, but I don't know when he'll start to stream, so if you might be able to answer it. Ari's site, have you used any library for scrolling, dragging, or just vanilla Jw.S? That I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely something for him. None of those sound familiar. I know he likes to build a lot of his own stuff. I can't remember. I remember seeing some sort of library he was using. Don't think it was vanilla. I don't know. He builds a lot of things from scratch. So, but I don't want to like put that out there and he's not doing that. So, yeah, I don't know when he's gonna stream either. Um, Keep asking him. I know he ordered a mic, so I think he's taking on some other client work right now to kind of fill the void a little bit. Um, but yeah, when he's gonna stream, still not sure. Hopefully he can. I feel like he's gonna get a lot of questions, and there'll be a lot of interest in this stream. Uh, yeah, he's a monster. He works so dang much. So he's a wealth of knowledge. Sorry, yeah, I wish I could be a little more help on that one. I feel like this VPS thing can just go away. On like the consolidated state, like it's a made up term anyways, who cares? Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. The R uses native smooth scroll, uses an all this project optimized alert function, and uh, yeah, it sounds. I don't know if he uses the locomotive scroll or not. I'd be curious if he does. He might. I never heard him mention anything about that. Side of the month competition is mad. Yeah. I guess another reminder: if you haven't voted, feel free. Oh, that's not it. Side of the month. Does it show like where? I haven't actually like checked in on the voting. Um, I mean, it's all been really tight. Like active theory is always they've got a lot of people who come out for them. I don't think I've seen this locomotive side actually. I could almost picture it before it came here. This one's different. I like that. See, that's just their little like attention to detail and scrolls, and all their motion is just so nice. But they definitely have an aesthetic. I think everyone does. I don't think something wrong with that at all. It's kind of a lot going on, but it is very nice. It's like they've made this kind of like crazy, not crazy, but I don't know what the right terminology for it is. I don't know what they are anymore. Um, this kind of like minimalist. It's like good bad design. I don't know how to best explain it. Um, but they're able to do it in like a really refined, like sophisticated way. So yeah, it's so impressive that they do this. Oh. Yeah, K72 and active theory sites are super good. Yeah. Oh, I've seen this one. I saw the IBM one they did.
Welcome to the field. In the field, we are all human.
Sorry, I can't do that. Yeah, I mean, they love their. I don't know what, it was like freaking my mic out. I don't know what that was trying to do. Is my mic still working? I don't know, I could hear it like glitching out. And I am getting a new mic. Only thing is Elgato's supposedly announcing new products on July 15th, so I don't know if I want to wait for that. Oh. Oh, that's so loud. What? It's like the weirdest teaser. What? I don't know. But I was gonna get like a legitimate mic. Maybe looking at like, I don't know, probably mounting my camera, potentially doing a couple other things. So I think the mic's going to be important, especially if I'm going to do um, like these recorded videos. I don't think this mic's going to cut it. It'd be nice to have something a little more refined. So yeah, yeah, this is pretty wild too. Let's take a look at that. I don't know what these other ones are. Pulse. Yeah, but let me, you want to vote for the good guys? Here's the link. And you don't have to tweet it, actually. I voted and I didn't tweet it out. They try and like push you straight into um, launching into like tweeting about it, but you definitely don't have to. 18-20-20 will be a good option for Mike. I'll have to look into that one. I really like Elgato for everything so far. Like having their Stream Deck, I've been really happy with their quality and attention to detail. And the reviews were good, but it's my understanding it might be a little overpriced. But yeah, I need to do a little bit more homework, so I'm not totally sold that that's the best way to go, but I don't think it would be a bad way to go. Um, so really, I should let's check UIWD site. Is that one of the sites of the month? It's kind of weird. It doesn't tell you what it's doing. It's beautiful, though. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's simple, but really nice. Really, really nice. I feel like everything's blending together, though. That's, um, I mean, this looks like some of my stuff too, so I am really no different. Um, Thoughts on the UI? Kind of weird that there's no branding, really. I see don't read it. Um, it's just like a forever scroll. It's interesting. I mean, it's another one of those where it's like it's trying to use its site as a way of um, showcasing their ability. It's not the easiest to kind of find your way around, which it doesn't need to be. This is like that middle ground of like, oh, there's a lot of agencies that go very like cut and dry and they let the work speak. There's some that use these portfolios as an opportunity to just talk about or like to show what they're capable of doing. This is like kind of in that middle ground. They're clearly like trying to push it a little bit. Uh, we're not going too far. I mean, I have a soft spot for like, the Japanese aesthetic in general. I don't know if there's just like such a minimalist intention with a lot of it. That is pretty refreshing. It's kind of like your style, yeah. I mean, it's there's so many things. I think the problem is I'm using my font that I made is not that unique, and I'm not using it in a way that's super crazy. Um, I mean, there's things about this that you know I don't have as much of like a hierarchy, but it's like a similar structure. It used to be closer to this, but it's not anymore. Um, there's another one I saw that was like very similar. I've seen several examples that are very similar to this. This whole like pen line thing, um, geometric sands all the way down. Yeah, it's this is where like I want to push it into something different, and even like this meta and stuff up here, like it's all over my site. I've been doing that with my shit for a good while. Not to imply anything, but it's just like there's so many similarities now. It's kind of wild. Um, yeah, does this actually serve a purpose? Yeah, this whole like ISO thing. I mean, I don't know. That's where I try to be different about like combining like the cinematic stuff that I do or I try and do. Um, Notice my stuff doesn't really have it anymore. It used to be like flickers and glows and shit like that. Um, to try and like I don't know branch out from like your traditional like geometric minimal look. Um, but I mean, arguably I didn't do enough. They have some of these serifs that they bring in that are nice. It's you know it feels a little random, but it is a nice sort of like deviation into their own sort of thing. Kind of weird, like they're back and forth between like sans serif, serif, sans serif, serif, sans serif, serif. I don't know. I guess it's not that strange. To me, like there were times at Basic where they were looking at some of their stuff and they wanted to do mixed case, and I always just told them like it didn't make sense because what they wanted to do was like it was so close. Like the sans serif and the serif, they wanted to change like from sans serif to serif within the same sentence, but there was no sort of like visual hierarchy difference at all. Like if you blurred your eyes, they would look the same, and it was just kind of this weird thing. Um, so I don't know, stuff like that's purely subjective, and I'm fully aware I might be. That's where it's like I think sometimes I look too hard to find like structure in things. It really doesn't have to be. Um, it's like who cares? Just alternate cases. Maybe it doesn't have as much of a purpose anymore, but it's just like an aesthetic thing. Like it wasn't for me, and that's a subjective thing, and that's who am I to say that's how it should be. So I need to start showing when this is playing. I've also gone back and forth on whether there's any need for numbering here. I don't think there should be on this interface. I feel like it's just things needlessly complex. This is already crazy. I was like thinking about some different loaders and stuff like that. Not there. Um, but the idea is this would now be one. How do we focus on this? So I'm trying to think of like when you drag, what happens? Like, does the number stay put? Because there's the next, and then there's like an autoplay. So this is on autoplay. These should be swapped, realistically. I'll get rid of this for now. I can't do like any more stuff on this. I need to be more reductive and like add stuff later if I'm gonna go crazy. Um, so the idea is you start here. Let's say you drag on screen, or you can click the next button. It takes you to here, and so the scale is. I mean, this is not. I have to think about the numbers on that. But it's going to be like on autoplay. I feel like this just becomes one. And these just go away. So it's almost like it's locked in. And yeah, I should probably be using just a rectangle with like a stroke, but I've come this far. I'm gonna. The idea is like you click on. Oh shit! This should be for this one. Anyway. Play should be that. This should probably slide. Um, oh. Sorry if I'm dramatic about this stuff sometimes. It's really not that big of a deal. The other thing that gets me is like the gap difference. Maybe they need to consolidate and make them all the same spacing. So if I think about these, just in the way that I think about this dial, like it's all uniform spacing between them. Might need to do that. YouTube content idea. As I watched all past month's streams, the most common topics people are interested in is typography and visual hierarchy. I think you should make something like typography by like Jw.S, guiding people on your workflow in small videos. This will get you tons of views and direct this traffic to Twitch. Yeah. So that's kind of where I think it's a great idea. I'm like mentally taking note of all these different things. I want to have basically two different video series. One that's just like very quick, like 30-second things of like very like I think things are gonna be people are gonna be looking for. It's like um, using CMS powered or like tips for using CMS powered content on a Webflow slider. Like that's like such a niche thing, and that's something I can just do very quickly and just give some like because some of those are like bugs, so people are probably going to be annoyed, and I can just very quickly talk about those things, or I want to do a little bit more involved videos, probably like 5 minutes tops, of like setting like type hierarchy or um, um, things that are not just like one little like technical sort of thing to achieve. It's more like broad strokes. So I think that's a great call, and I think there's going to be like the technical aspect of things, and then I think just more like broad strokes, like experience type things, for like career wise. How I don't know, just from my experience, and again, like I always tiptoe around it. I never want to be doling out like prescriptive advice. It's just this is what I did, and you can do it too, or you cannot do it. Could you give some suggestions on getting started on building a firm grounded freelancing? Hmm. So for me, everything I've had to this point has been some form of um, like a connection from previous work. So I don't know at what point you're or how you're coming into freelance. Um, like if you're coming in cold and you're starting fresh, um, I don't know if would be the best to really advise on that, on what the best way to like kind of develop a client base. Because yeah, because my experience has been um, I've done a lot of time with like with Apple. I worked in house, so I had connections to a team there. I kept in contact with them. Again, didn't burn that bridge, um, even if I didn't like some of the work sometime, and I managed to come back in like a better mind state um, with a really fun team, and was able to pick up a lot of work that way. Like during the pandemic, I had a year long contract, which was very fortunate. Um, and now with that, like I don't know if I'm coming back or not. They haven't really asked me to come back. Um, I don't know if that's from something that happened or my guess is it's staffing needs, like the way they structure their teams. I know they're trying to do a lot of full time hiring, so that's always going to be like part of the deal with freelancing in general. Is like sometimes you can count on things and sometimes you just can't. Um, I know that sounds like very vague, um, kind of like non-advice advice. That's how I would put it. Um, so using your connections from previous like jobs, meeting people, putting out like, I mean, a lot of times it's like you also it's everything's networking. Like at the end of the day, like how you interact on Twitter, your presence on LinkedIn, Dribble. It's they're all connection points and places for you to potentially find work. So it's also using those as opportunities to kind of proactively put out to those networks what you want back, especially for Dribble. Like um, sometimes, like I haven't gotten a lot of work inquiries from Dribble. I'm not as well known on Dribble as a lot of people, um, but just putting the work out there that I've wanted, putting stuff on Twitter that I've been wanting, curating my image um, on my website and all basically all my social channels through the lens of like it's all a communication point because you never know who's going to come to your site, who's going to like come to your site, tell it to someone else, or see a tweet, send that to someone else, and it's so there's two sides to it, I guess. In my very terrible explanation of it, um, there's like the proactive side where you can just like nurture connections and make sure you keep in contact with people who you've worked with in the past, whether they're creative directors or whatever, and that can lead to a lot of opportunities. There's uh, also like the cold emailing, just like finding agencies or brands you want to work with and just kind of unsolicited tell them like, hey, I mean, be genuine about it, but like, hey, I really love what you guys are doing. Um, I'd love to just be considered should you have any interactive needs or whatever it is that you're doing, and just kind of getting on their radar. Because they may have heard of you, they may not have heard of you, but at least when you reach out, and I always advise like, I know it's hard, but like making very personal messages to people because I think people can see through boilerplate, like just templatized emails very quickly. Especially with me, like recruiters, I started messing with some of them, and like I probably shouldn't. It's like they send me these like boilerplate emails, and they like paste in my name, and like one of them did it with my name in like three font sizes too bigger. So I wrote like a very generic email response and made their name like three sizes bigger. Like I pasted it in there. Maybe I'm just that much of a diva where I feel like it, because it's like all personal connection, and like the first impression you want to have with someone is just like this templatized email. where it's like they clearly have no idea who I am, what I'm doing, or anything. They're just playing a numbers game of like, I'm going to tell all these people they're great, see what comes back, and then go from there. But meanwhile, wasting my time to respond to emails, like, I mean, the stuff that comes through, it's so wild. So seeing everything as like a connection point is uh, super important. But and there's going to be a lot of hustling, a lot of like stay on top of emails. I'm learning that right now. I've kind of let some emails slide as I've been focusing on all these projects, and that's been to my detriment. I think some opportunities have fallen off just because I've been so sidetracked. Um, some people can understand it, some people can't, and they may take it personally in terms of um, like, oh, he's too important or too big to respond, or he's just like doesn't care enough to respond. Like everything is like relationship based. So um, yeah, John is a big guy, ex-Aqua employee. Uh, no, I'm definitely not a big guy. I mean, been eating a lot of ice cream lately and pizza, burritos. So maybe I'm getting to that kind of big guy, but I don't know. Like I feel like I've been in the industry for like 13 years, but I've never really like made a point to put myself out here until going freelance. So I'm really not on a lot of people's radars. Um, I have some connections at some agencies that I really want to work with. I have some connections at Apple and some other places. So I'm very fortunate for that. But people aren't beating down my door probably in the way they are for someone like Ari. Like I think everyone knows like if you want like the best web development, like WebGL experience, like Ari's your guy. I'm not there yet. I'm not that equivalent with design at all. Um, and so that's where also the other part of freelancing is that I've always struggled with is like the self promotion, just being able to like put yourself out there. And I'm still really apprehensive about like being too complimentary about myself and like what I've done, but you kind of have to get over that a little bit and just be confident in what you do. Like if you've been doing it for years, like you clearly know what you're doing, and like it's okay to aim high. Like you'll get feedback of like you know what maybe I'm not quite there yet because there's been tons of things that I've applied to where like they didn't even respond. Like I just wasn't ready in that time, and like it's hard not to take personally, but um, it's just more feedback. It's like okay, I thought I was at that level, I'm not there. Like what is it going to take, and just kind of like fill in the gaps of like okay, maybe that's my weak point. If I know I want to work with a client like that, I need to build out XYZ skill set in order to do it or to have more experience, or it's just not the right time at all. That's kind of the other side of it. Is like timing, you know, you could be the right person at the wrong time. Happens. So I'm just checking clearance if I do a preload on this, what that's going to be. That X should be right there, except centered, but not centered. So hopefully that was helpful. Um, yeah, John is a big guy. Yeah. No, it's like the people who've been doing the freelance for a bit longer. I think they're more because like I was in agencies for so long, and you tend to get lost in the system a lot. Like I could go on about that for a while, but they make a point to not really attribute much credit outwardly, and it's a good reason for them. But it's like for me in my work, it was more like the agencies got the recognition, not so much me. And like I never really wanted the recognition to start with because I never really thought I got convinced that I was not didn't merit it. But now that like I'm independent, I think people are starting to understand what I do a little bit more, which has been good. Um, and that's like the passion project with Ari. Like it's me and him. So if they like the design, they know who to talk to about it. Um, but even with that, like I didn't really get a ton of opportunities coming my way. I think I showed back up on the radars of people who I talked with in the past, but um, yeah, not that much. But I'm also not looking. I've been on my website. I say I'm not really looking until August right now, so that's probably not helping things. Because technically, the people who are inquiring, are not reading my website. That says pretty upfront, like I'm not looking for anything until August. I appreciate them reaching out regardless, but yeah, it's very interesting. Your comments got deleted. What? Which ones? I didn't delete anything. Is there like a auto filters? Oh shit! I never found out about the bitrate. Can't reduce bitrate. Twitch stream. You can just video bitrate. The settings, output settings, bitrate you're able to upload depends on. Oh, stupid scroll. Some streams do not, but I was told by others if you stop and restart the stream, it comes back. But on those days, I leave it on 1080p source looking at my own stream. Weird. What were your comments? Maybe that's the more important question. What's going on there, man? Yeah, so I guess like if your connection is capable of that, but it sounded like you had issues last time, so maybe it's not doing a great job detecting that. I'm not totally sure. How is this all gonna? Oh, I have to think about like auto hide for all of this stuff. Oh man, I don't know about this. This is gonna be a headache. Reloads. Resolves on this. These lines fade away. I was thinking the lines would. Why is this not a rectangle? It's a vector line. It's a path. Ugh. Go ahead. That one, bud. The thinking is. I'm just trying to replicate this line. It is. Yeah. But this still has a place. It's kind of nice if it like comes up and it just shows what your scroll speed is. It would be offset, so there would be a little bit like this is going to move faster than this. And also the idea is like you could click on all these to just scroll at the same speed, but I think these really need to be the same size. So if I think about these as individual units. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, I'll just do it from the middle. So I'll use my grid. We'll do one row, 11 cells with 4, 2, 2, maybe even 0. Let's do one. A little separation. Create a group, center that. That's pretty wide. Oh, man. Yeah, why? Okay. So I was thinking for some reason that this was like, that was that width for a reason, but it's really not. My comment was advice for Bishars that have some experience in Indian design industry. Yeah, what is YouTube doing, man? I don't. I promise I had no part in that. It's really strange, like what gets filtered and what doesn't. I don't really understand. I thought I turned off filtering because I don't really. This is not a like you ask the question if the stream's for kids. It's not for kids. Um, so I don't know what that is all about. Maybe I need to change the settings over there. So I usually do this as just like, this is my way of just getting the spacing correct. So then I'll just move it to the back, lock it. And again, you can't see when you select a layer, like its state is entirely gone. It's so curious. Actually, should lock it. So there's an easy way to center align all this stuff. Oh, come on. Oh. Maybe I'm not cut out to do the tablet on this. But you can just like multiply or bring both together. Just center. Center. Sometimes you just have to like drag it on top. Otherwise the rectangle will move to the bounding box. As long as it's within there, you can kind of center align them. Let's see. Oh, I can do it for an example. It'll move the rectangle, which I don't want. So I should really just do this real fast. And I'm getting it pretty close just on like a first. I really should have done the 2.0 first. But... And what I'll probably do also is I'll probably make a symbol out of this just because I don't want to keep doing this, and if I change my mind about the spacing, I don't want to do it however many times. So now I'll just get rid of that. Feels a little better. It feels a little tight, but what can you do? Oh yeah, there's also the Discord too, which I've not been in very much. I've been all over again. Discord channel, invite people, and this link will work forever now. Discord. Do you already take his creative freedoms to change some aspects of your design, or do you guys hop on calls to make changes in the design itself? If Ari is struggling to implement it. Yeah, so he'll like so. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, I'll send him videos over with like what I'm thinking at various times. So I'll kind of talk through what I'm thinking. and explain the functionality. And sometimes you'll have immediate feedback, or sometimes he'll get into development and it's just like something he doesn't like, or it doesn't work as we expected. We need to kind of change our mind. And a lot of times with him, it's so complicated that he can either show me and tell me in like 2 minutes, or we can type back and forth. So um, I don't really. It's kind of funny. I don't really like jumping on like Skype calls, but like we end up doing it. It's so much faster to do it that way. Um, I think a tablet might have been just a nice idea in theory. I'm gonna dump it for now. It's spastic. I apologize. And so yeah, so sometimes he'll either like change things on his own and just let me know, but he knows like I may have an opinion about it, so he's just like he always has a reason for it. Um, like he never changes something. It's just like I didn't like it, so I changed it. It's always like okay, we had it this way in the design. It doesn't work for this reason, so I did this. And a lot of times it's just like yeah, of course that makes sense. Let's do that. Um, so I'm just going to symbol this. Oh, how am I going to do this? I can't make a symbol. So there's that kind of back and forth, and sometimes, like if I don't like what he comes up with, I'll have to go back into design and rethink some things. It depends on the severity. Like sometimes what he's talking about is actually like a very big change. Like the framework in general doesn't work. Um, that's why I was kind of worried about the whole joystick thing in the beginning. Uh, but like the joystick is actually like a combination of both of our ideas. Like I had the initial half-baked idea, he kind of finished it. So he he's very much a creative partner in everything that we do. It's been kind of fun to just feed off of each other, and like he'll explain something he's thinking and he just draws these like quick sketches and sends them over, and sometimes that'll spark an idea. My dumb brain to go off and think of something else, and then maybe that's not quite right, but he can see what I'm going for, and then he can implement it. It's just like, oh, there we go. So it's very nice. I'm very fortunate. This back and forth I'm able to have with him. Yeah, see, this feels so much better. I don't know if all these decimals are going to stay, but I'm probably going to have to adjust this now. I need to do it. So I'll make a duplicate. Yeah, I also have to redraw these a little bit. If he scraps the concept like completely, how does it affect you? Like, do you feel like waste of time? What's your thought process for the situation in the design field, photography, or interaction? So if he needs to scrap something, it's always mixed emotions to some degree. Um, I think for me, I'm working with someone like him who's so capable and like very very sharp. I just feel like sometimes like I need to be on top of my shit all the time, and like I get embarrassed if I put together something in front of him. Like I spend a lot of time on a framework and it just doesn't work, and he's just like, yeah, that whole thing like that just doesn't work. So there's a little bit of embarrass on my part just because of how I am. I'm like, I want to keep working with him, and I don't want to waste his time by like, if he starts seeing a trend of like, damn dude, you're like just putting like you're putting ideas in front of me that just don't work. He would never judge me though. Like he's the nicest guy, so it's not out of anything that he's done. It's just how I am as a person. Um, but like I always see those as learning experiences too. Of um, like I didn't think about it that way. Like he's just got a different, much more analytical brain than I do. Um, not on the level. Um, so it's refreshing to get his perspective on it, and it's always a learning experience. So I'm never like mad at him Oh shit. He comes back and he's like, "Yeah, we need to rethink this." It's like, fuck, should have thought about that. Um, so it's never a complete waste of time. I mean, in theory, yes, that time was wasted, but um, it's I don't know. It's subjective. Like there's always things to be learned in failures, and I think it's really important to acknowledge that and not write off things as waste, um, or even like bad things as just being bad. Like there's always things to learn, and like you can. I know it sounds like a Hallmark card or some like hang in there type of one of those cat posters. How do they not have like the? Oh man, it's like the most famous one. I thought they don't even have it. Yeah, it's like one of these. Just hang in there. But like failing is part of the process, and I think it's important to acknowledge that and be with that and see it as growth. You could focus on the fact that like it wasn't something that actually works, or you could see it for like, okay, I won't make that mistake again. Um, and sometimes you have that luxury, sometimes you don't. Like if you're on a client project, you kind of need to think through those things, be pretty sure. But with this, like this is kind of exploratory and kind of on the edge, so it's not super well known. Like there's no best practice on how this stuff's going to work. So I can't be expected to have everything figured out at the same time, and I think Ari definitely understands that. What am I doing? I don't know why I'm being dumb about this. I should do 5 pixel increments instead of just eyeballing it. Um, what's your thought process for this situation? For this situation in design field, for photography. And it's just the same. Like, I mean, if I fire up Lightroom, and I have a lot of old edits. Like, I've used. How does that select. I'm trying to think of an image that's got a bunch of old edits associated with it that are particularly bad. Um, that's that bad. Um, yeah, so like this one, like it's all just perspective at the end of the day. Like this is kind of where I'm at now. I still mark this right because there's some things I need to fix, but I think in the moment I thought this was like the peak. Like everything's clicking. I'm like really starting to figure it out. But having that perspective of like, yeah, this is a waste of time if you want to think about it in a very analog perspective of like, I can't use this. But I did learn things throughout like each little incremental step. I start learning things that help get me towards something like this. And whether or not everyone thinks that's a good thing, but for me, it feels like progress. Um, so I relish, I like failure and I like being wrong. I know it sounds kind of like cheesy and another like tacky poster, but like to me, like if you're wrong, you're learning something, and I think that's really important. Like if you're just right all the time, then you're not really like you're not growing. What I would say. You know, make these lines shorter too. So it's all about how you look at things at the end of the day. If that makes sense. So I think having these like come up, they get a little pinched in here, so I'm trying to avoid like The old pinch job. And as always, like if that's just kind of a not the greatest answer, let me know. I need to take another crack at it. Like this one here. So this is creating like a. So these are all 20 pixels. This is 5 pixels. So that's like a 4:1 like compression. So there is a scale to it now, which I think is helpful. Well, there was until I just went rogue and just skipped one. Yep. This is why. Thanks so much for the answer, man. You're literally making me a better designer. Hey, that is what I love to hear, man. And like, it's just experience, and hopefully, you guys can glean something from my. I don't know if I call them failures. It's just like everything's a learning process, and like being whatever 13 years in I am on my career, like I'm still learning a lot of this shit too. So, um, I'm really stoked that you guys are feel like there's some value to it. And again, like I think it's kind of caveating the same thing, but like take that as just my experience and how I look at it. And maybe you don't look at it the same way, but and like the freelance advice and stuff like that for sure. Like I think there's going to be a lot of like variability in how to best go about it. Oh shit, lost one. Um, right? Wait, what? Looks like this should be up another one. No, that's not. That's not it. Oh, come on. Night stream. John yells at sketch for 2 hours. Such value. Why did I move it over one? I don't know about that 2 up. It does feel right though. Feels like it's kind of like ramping up, where it's getting pinched here, just because this is so far out at like that 4:1 expansion. Um, it's pretty ASMR. Shit. Hold on a second. Don't look at my screen. Feeling of well-being combined with a tingling sensation in the scalp and down the back of the neck. I never heard of that. High praise. Never thought I'd you know, make you guys tingle. Sorry, I'm such an idiot. That's probably not how you would describe that, but I just latch on to stupid words and I can't help it. It's a night stream. Anything goes, I guess. That's really what I'm trying to say. Oh man, I'm such an idiot. You don't know ASMR? No. I'm like, I mean, I'm barely a Twitch streamer. I'm like, what is it? Is this 37? Is it 37? Stream 37? 37. Yeah. I don't get out much. Like I hardly know what the fuck like poggers is. I know what it is. But just like all that like nuanced streamer stuff, like And even that's like very intro level. There's so many terms like I'll just watch on these streams. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck these people are talking about. And I don't even want to repeat them because I don't know if they're like offensive. They might be. Old man John doesn't know what the kids are talking about anymore. He's too busy yelling at kids skateboarding in his alley. That's a full-time job, I have to tell you. So these folder structures are just gross. Like, so much ideation, and like the first thing to go is um, the folder structure. But I think this feels much nicer than this. This was closer to what was in the lens in some degree. Actually, you know what? It might not have been actually. I just love like how all organic shapes. This is where like they have like some of that pinching too. You know, design crit probably would have told them to move this one a little over, but you can't because it's actually to scale. Whereas mine's just like this fixed arbitrary scale where like I don't need to represent the gap 22 to 16 if that's the same. I think you get what I'm saying. This is like representative of actual dial. Mine's fake, and I can just do whatever the fuck I want. I made the intervals up so they're all even anyways. So, yeah, so this is the tooltip loading. So that line moves up. Think about how this sequence is in, because this is very different than the sequence that I did for this. Oh, where'd my that was stupid VPS? So dumb. This is the beauty of like these sort of sites. It's like I can just do dumb stuff. No one can tell me not to. That's all. Only reason why I do these sites. This is the other problem. Is like I don't know if these dials are all too small. The font. It's actually made like XL versions, and like XL being still what is it like 9. These small. It's amazing like how salty people get about small fonts. It's just wild. I'm trying to be young. I don't know what the kids are saying, but I like small fonts. So, my brain is just going dead. The close has to be on top, for sure. Question is whether it needs any offset, or if it's okay just being its own thing on top. So the thinking is, I mean, part of the problem is like having this whole zoom functionality. It's like I just really don't want to. I don't understand the value of zoom on the slideshow, if I'm being entirely honest. I like being able to control it. All the fonts are going to be big, legible at any size. Just don't know if I can make a case for Zoom. I think it just complicates things. And then how, like, the other part is how is that going to impact the scale of like the scroll speed? My supposed viewports per second, like it's kind of messes that up. These should probably just be there. What? Statistics. And so this is the stuff that like I try to think through ahead with Ari, and it takes a long time, and it's probably kind of boring, but it's kind of what I need to do. Oh man, wait. 1 second, just gotta check something. Okay, all good. Yeah, so this is the stuff like if Ari just comes back and he's like, the way like the zoom and the close work is confusing. Like that's a very real possibility at this point. Because even now, as I'm thinking through it, and like I'll just go back. Like I have to like get to a step and then ladder back to the very beginning. Think about the sequence. Ladder back up if I change it. Go back to the sequence, and it's just this kind of painstaking process. Um, I up the font size on this. 8. So big. So now that's the exact same. We've just lost all these lines. Can we show Hello World project sometime? Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun one. I did get to finish it though, what really sucks. The concept behind it I thought was really good. I kind of stumbled into it, but I was happy with where it went. But yeah, I can definitely get into that one. And it's never really like materialized into what it should have been. I've always been super apologetic to Mr. Olaf Blommeros. Blommeros? I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, like I got through, and then like a lot of life things happened, and I just couldn't see it through, and I always felt bad. But I can definitely talk through that. Part of me wants to like. So I remember why the spacing was different. Because the idea was that like there was going to be increments to here, but I'm kind of focusing on the wrong things right now. Like I'm obsessing over this and getting this right, but that's not even the biggest question right now. It's kind of this like zoom functionality, how you get back um, out of like a zoom state, or no, how you get out of the story, you get back to like all stories. Like it needs to be here. This doesn't need the close because there's no close stories, and it doesn't need this. This is like all wrong. This navigator. I don't know what this should be. This is where my naming is just so bad, and I have to go from here and try and figure it out. Plus, I have all these duplicates, so then multiple show up in the menu, and I'm just like, I don't know. Almost like navigator pan. It shouldn't be pan. It should be slideshow. I don't know. Detail preload. Let's just leave it like that for now. Sorry, I've been quiet. I'm just lurking. No, it's all good, man. This is yeah, no requirements on talking, having questions. Like I can fill dead air. Like no promises on what that'll be, but um, Yeah, no worries. Like, everyone's got to do other stuff too. Like I have to imagine I'm in the background a lot of instances. Or that's where I belong most of the time. So yeah, definitely no stress. Does that go away? Is the question. I kind of like it faded out because it provides some context. See, I'm just looking, like, the gap is from the lack of a plus button for zoom. Which I think I might need to rethink how this works. Instead of this moving, I think maybe the dial moves. So you have like this progression along speeds, which I do need. So I need like a resolve state to this, but I think having the shortest one. Why is it on a half pixel? Oh, why? Is that 2 pixels? It's one. What? Yeah, oh, not gonna line up today. I bet you if I change the alignment of the stroke, I could get it to match up. I think it's probably centered. So let's try this. Oh, I can't change it. That's why. Never mind. We're gonna be off. But another thing, like with Ari, he's gonna redo this in code, so it's not the biggest deal. If between the different states, there's 1 pixel separation. So the idea would be then that when you drag, so these are all the out of focus numbers. Out of focus by 30% is kind of where it's been. I'm creating more. I don't think this is advised. This is ideally what it would be, and so now I've already broken my own system, so I need to figure out, like, do I need to reconsider how I created this? Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe it's a 2-to-1 versus a 4-to-1 consolidation. Or maybe the drag just never goes out. This idea is like if you click this, I want it to like still remain on this. It goes out to here and then comes back. And so having like the variance in opacity here creates problems. Because then is this a live readout of it, or is it just purely a dial? So there's no actual like, it never says what it actually is. So there's nothing in focus or out of focus. It's just all this is going to be on a continuous slide. So this and this will all numbers and this. So like as you drag, this is kind of what happens. that's okay. I just think I just wonder if they just all go away. This is where I just have to like talk this stuff out. Kind of painful. And then how do I represent this? Do I need the VPS thing? It is again something that's entirely made up. I think I like it more minimal. So you have like this full like diagram represented in the beginning, and then it consolidates down into this sort of minimal state. So that I'm happy with. It's just this damn plus. Like, is there a need to go full screen on this? I think I had it designed at some point. You have it designed. Something that goes like full screen like this. I mean, it's kind of nice. Is it that important though? I don't know. One thing I think of like as an example, I didn't mean to. I think I noticed it on a stream before. So it's kind of like the canals project that Ari did. Um, I'll put this in the chat if you guys haven't seen this one. So I think it was Marcus Brown did the design on this. Yeah, Marcus Brown did a really nice job. Just the experience is so smooth. And like I didn't realize I was doing something so similar, but I ended up like it's kind of a similar concept. Um, but the problem with this is like this is all very custom. This is all live type. There's a lot going on here that like these are going to be static images that can just be baked in. So Canals is the best website ever. Well then, maybe it's not so bad that I'm trying to do something kind of close. Apparently, yeah, I really had no idea. But yeah, this is like it's so well done. The thing is, I've never actually like sat down and tried to read it and digest it. I'm just like such a designer that I just like look at this and I take it in. But I think like the cadence and the pacing and all the type, like it's just, and then the motion Ari brought into it, it's just so well done. Yeah, these just like resolve states are just so beautiful. Honestly, this website brought me into web dev. I'll play it, man. It's a thing of beauty. Um, oh, sorry, I just gotta respond to the girlfriend. There we go. Yeah, and the story telling and exploration is so good. I sat down and read it. Thought Hello World was inspired by this. Hello World. No, I don't think it was. So Hello World was actually like an actual book. So that's where it was very much in like this editorial spread. Maybe can talk about it real quick. Yeah, I mean, this is like literally just like spreads for like a book you wanted to send out. And of course, have to reference all like the what's it called? The Blade Runner 2049. But there was like different explorations. It started feeling kind of like almost David Carson-ish at times, which is not something I was crazy about. Um, but yeah, I'll get into this one another time. Definitely remind me. Um, I mean, this could have very easily made like a interactive experience, but yeah, I think Marcus just crushed it with the design on that one. That guy's that guy's another quietly like I haven't heard much about him lately. I don't know what he's up to. I actually don't know him very well outside of through Twitter, but he's one of those guys that's just like really good and just doesn't. He never shows up on my radar for some reason. I don't really know why. He's so talented. Okay. Progress. Reload. Tooltip. To close there. It's just what is this default? Does a zoom matter? I like the balance of it visually. That's for sure. Aliens actually centered. Um, why is this? Look at all these. 0.31. Oh, alright. Might go out. So resolve state looks like that. You have all your controls. Good to go. You click next. It's going to animate, and then it's going to come back. I think these out of focus numbers will change. This will be 1.24 or whatever. This will be like a running number, like whatever speed you're going at. I think um, I think they'll come back for autoplay. So play. So this is when you can just select your play speed. So this is 20 pixels wide. But of course, 2016. Okay. Sorry, I like literally talk to myself sometimes. I don't know if that's gonna be weird. Probably is. I apologize. Just gotta make sure it lines up. It does. So this is when I think the numbers will shift. The idea being that this is just this would be an odd number to be centered. Sure again. So this will be, so when you click play, you can then select the autoplay speed. So maybe VPS comes back. Again, no one's going to have any idea what VPS is. This is really dumb. Probably. If I do this instead. Well, no, I can't do that. That's not for that. That's for drag, which doesn't make it there. Again, just thinking through some of these states. So like if you're auto playing, can you quit? Yes. Well, this would need to go to pause. No, it wouldn't. This would need to go to pause. No. This is getting weird. I thought I agreed this isn't going to move. This is what's going to move. So if we play, think about this. Sit here, click play. This slides over. Part of me likes moving, keeping the center focused. I do like the idea of this moving. In a specific instance. So this means like if you do a drag, both of these are going to go like that. That's actually a good test. This lines up with that. Click next, it's going to go back. It's going to be weird, like if you want to just paginate through them, the fact that it's always going to be moving. Here, click next, suddenly plays in that place. It will be quick. Click on this. Just shift. Or you stay put. This just moves here. Goes back. So what does this move? I think that needs to move. I think I've been down this rabbit hole before and I realized that it needs to be an indication of speed. So that means this will move. So resolved. This needs to stay. So next, We go out to the max. Back. Play. This will need to turn into pause button here. It's going to stay there. Slowly figuring this out. Next is to go up to 2.0. Back. Go. So play. This is play. So this way, this needs to be center as well. That. Thankfully that stream deck was there. Save you guys from blowing out your eardrums. So played. Here, this goes away. This goes away. Huh. Should that be play pause or should that just be play as a pure indication? Maybe I have it right. Maybe that should just be plus though. Still leave the option for zoom. This game kind of fools it. The speed thing works for the next. I'm on board with that. Play. I'm not so sure. It's almost like I get rid of the play in the middle. We're just overcomplicating this entirely with this over. Let's strip this back. I think this is like just breaking my mind right now. Maybe that's just... You can see I've done a lot of like different ideas with this, for better or worse. I generally think I'm trying too hard to create too much functionality in this when it really doesn't need to be. Yeah, just like reconciling where, like, if that whole like horizontal escape is a measure of speed, if I think about it in the same way that I think about the joystick positioning, the center of the X and Y axis is always like zero speed in either direction. Um, like, how does autoplay factor into that? It almost doesn't. It's like pinning it to this. But I don't know. I don't think it needs it. I get rid of the zoom altogether. Is this joystick the same size? It's not. Also a problem. Plus, there's a lot of like shadows and testing done on these, so I need to update this. So now there's at least parity between them. This doesn't feel too bad. It's just that the close is just such a weird thing. And I don't know. I started to grow attached to the broader controls, but it just breaks my system. Yo, what's up, Arjun? How you doing, man? I am on the struggle bus trying to figure this stuff out. Just thinking about some of the details of this interface. I'm trying to just check this side off so I can just be done with it. And this is some of like the hard, kind of grueling stuff I need to figure out. Looks pretty intricate, yeah. I'm like trying to minimize it. There's like moments where it's intricate, but I think there's moments where I think it resolves into something a bit more minimal. So I don't need this. I like how that turned out more. I need like an auto hide state. So like if you don't interact with it, how do I even reduce this more? And I think that's this, that. Probably, I think it's just the same as I did before. Or I did on the pan auto hide. Detach. Scale 50. 75. This is like to bring back oh, lopsided. I had the same problem on this. God, that's so annoying. I really just need to do this in Illustrator and not mess around with these like half pixel shit. You know what? Where is... How to turn snapping on and off? I think I thought about this before. There... It's a settings. Canvas. I think some of you guys may have watched me do this. Yeah, fit layers and points. Let's see, sketch, shortcut, what was the terminology? Pixel fitting. Better touch tool? What is that? Last thing I want to do is, oh, well, I guess I'm downloading it. I'm scared of what I just did. Dang, seeing you work this late is motivating me as work as well. Oh god. Oh. There's a lot of people who have done this. Wait. Word tab and the panel on the left. Oh, so you have to like do all the scripts so it opens up the window. Would be nice. I don't think I'm gonna mess with that. It'd be nice to have it on my stream deck so I could just pop that all off. Turn my air conditioning off. I'm so glad you guys came. But I do think it kind of works as like an auto hide. Where's the auto hide? It's there. Let's just put it at the end. Got my fans on too. This electric bill is gonna be crazy. Nope. I can get rid of this too. I don't see any benefit of keeping that around. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I took a long nap this afternoon because I'm old. That's what old people do, is they just take naps. So I'm feeling particularly awake. I had some tea, so I'm feeling alive, I guess is the way to put it. So can't give me credit for like working all day. There's definitely days where I'll work. I did like 2 years, 3 years where I worked from 6 in the morning till like 1 in the morning. I mean, eating, taking breaks, going to the gym and stuff, but like outside of that, just like constant work. I don't know if I actually recommend that. Might not be the healthiest. I wonder if the play, so you click play, what if play's in the middle? Damn it, I keep on thinking it's somewhere else, but it's just right here. Move these closer. So maybe play goes to the middle. So this way, click next, does that. Play would be circle in the middle. And this would go to played, which, oh, it's right there. You played. Pause. You see, it's updating that right here. So that's when I think this would come back and shift, or it just stays minimal. But I don't know. I like the idea of like being able to control the autoplay speed. It's kind of a weird interaction, I guess, in some ways, but. This doesn't look centered. So it loads in, get the tooltip, that goes away, consolidates. This is your default resolve state. Click the next arrow, the indication speed increases. This animates over, slides back. Play doesn't change, but then you can click between the different ones. I think that makes sense. I think probably keeping. I don't know if I need these. TMI. You click and play, you don't really give a fuck about that. You're just trying to make the correlation between this. I don't think it needs a box. This is kind of weird. Uh, 153, 152, 1 pixel too low. Boom. Is this like a fixed navigation bar or a custom cursor? So this is fixed navigation. I think it's going to be default cursors. And then, I mean, there's ways we can maybe augment it, but I think having like a custom cursor with this is going to be a bit much. I don't think this needs to come back. I think this is feeling better, having the play in the middle. It is strange though, because this has always been the indication of speed, was like if it's true to this, it should technically lock onto that next. Oh, why am I doing this to myself? Maybe it does. If this stays center. Stuck on this speed. But the idea of these hash marks are indicative of this. So maybe it's... This is where I almost want to do like the 2x speed. Can't keep track of all these. These folders are so messy. No bueno. I was looking at other arrow types. Just gotta check the spacing real fast. Oh, so loud. That can't possibly be right. Well, it's close-ish. I'll go back and fix that. The idea then would be, which one is this? Zoomed. God. So now my names are changing. It's just going sideways, quick, fast, in a hurry. But I feel like this is... So next it wouldn't be there. It's like once you activate play, you would have the option to play quickly. Which then it still doesn't even line up. This is fun. Or does this slide? Oh man, this is just not. This is the problem with these frameworks. Like, it's just, I know I keep saying it, but it's just like this mind fuck of like trying to predict all these different things and create like an underlying system that everything ladders back up to. And it was painful to do for the panning one, but I'm pretty happy with it. It all makes sense. And Ari's on board with it. He has no feedback so far. But how do I take that same logic and apply it to this? And there's just like little Just think, like, these are the kind of things Ari would catch of, like, okay, if that means speed, but you push play, why does that happen? It's like, well, I don't know. It doesn't now. Now that you mention it, there's no way it should do that. So it's interesting experience. And I don't know how it is to watch. Like, I feel bad on some senses of, like, exposing other people to this sort of, like, slog of it. And I thought about doing some of it off stream, but I'm just trying to stream more. And maybe there's benefits of just being on in general, regardless of what I'm doing, even if it's soul crushing stuff like this. But this is like, it's really close. It's like just figuring out and committing to, like, just how the logic works, and then it's good. Like, I don't have to think about it. And then the rest of the site will be pretty easy in comparison. I don't think this preload numbers are going to be there. So this is, again, like, I'm thinking about the logical system of, like, how the sequence unfolds and trying to really make sense of it. So it's resolved. You can push play, or you can go to next. Does it make sense to have additional controls? Because now this just doesn't work at all. Like, if I think of those, like, these need to be, so this is like if you weren't here earlier, drawing this up, like, this is 20 pixel gap to, like, a 5 pixel gap in between. So that's like a 4:1 compression. Like, maybe it needs to be, like, in order for it to actually be representative, like, these need to be 10 pixels. So I'll probably just do this real fast, because this might just, like, it could work, or it could just be like checking that off, doing my due diligence of, like, okay, try that. Like, this whole scaling system of speed, like, it's just, I'm chasing a bad idea, which happens a lot. So I'm gonna start from the outside in this time. I think I learned my lesson. Although I don't know exactly which one I'm going to. Fuck. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, actually, I can still count. I haven't lost that ability yet. Although I've had some people telling me, like, make sure to get at least 6 hours of sleep. Otherwise, like, like, the probability to get Alzheimer's just skyrockets. And my dumb brain, of course, is like, my first reaction is, wait, who are you? Alzheimer's jokes. Oh. Oh. How did it switch audio setups? It's been just me this whole time? I'm sorry. The rain softens the blow a little bit. Copy, paste, reflect. That's kind of cool. I wish I knew what to do with that. This guy, get him out of here. So it doesn't look as nice with, like, the compression. So again, it works. Kind of. I'd have to, like, expand these out to here to get it, like, to 2x. But is that even worth it? I don't know. And am I just distracting myself from actually, like, solving the problem? Because the actual scale is not the problem. Again, kind of doing the due diligence, kind of just not wanting to solve the problem. don't need it going to the end. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of this stuff. I need to start just checking this shit off with like, again, some sense of like moving forward. Going to the next one kind of is nice. If you're into like, click into it, you could skip to the next story at any point. That's kind of nice. But you could also just close out and go back to the browsing section. Not that. That's a camera lens. You can go out to like wherever I land on, whether it's like a grid like this, but you can quickly like navigate to the next one. So like, is the redundancy of having a next good? Only reason why I like it is because it keeps it within, like, if I think of these as magazine spreads, kind of keeps that analogy, and it's just like turning the page and you can jump to the page that's the next story. And that's kind of why I'm looking at these, even this like story navigation, it uses the same left to right. If I'm going to really lean into this magazine spread concept, this doesn't really do that at all. So it's kind of like, you know, how hard do I commit to this sort of magazine analogy? And if I do that, and I have an easy way to get back there, do I need to add this additional UI at all times to be able to do that? When you kind of, it's 2 clicks versus 1 click. That's really it. And so these sort of like cost benefit type things are, you know, the mundane things that need sorting. I think this is just going to keep people more inclined to go to the next story versus going out and then to another one. I'm committed. I don't think I'm going to sleep till I have this figured out. I am not spending another day on this. This has been such a... I'm not doing that anymore. I don't care. I've spent so much time on this damn thing and just like trying to solve all the problems of it. And like now I'm getting close to that point of diminishing returns where it's just like, make those like those hard decisions that, like, yes, it sucks, yes, it takes a lot of thinking through and it's kind of painful, but when it's done, it's just like, it's done. I had the same process with this, like the panning. I was just like, I can't reconcile like how the joystick and the zoom works in the same button. It's like, guess what, it doesn't. And it took me a while to get there. And so how do I take learning from that and apply it to this? That's another thing I need to figure out. Sorry, I just need to respond text real fast. Wish I could put like hold music on or something, or any kind of music. I mean, I could try the YouTube library again. I can't remember what the name of that song was. So bad. Almost there. Almost. Wait. Edits. There we go. So we're keeping the next. Committing to the horizontal. I don't think a fast forward is necessary at all. I think that's just too much UI, edge case at best. Yeah, and plus this is like a traditional, although the playback isn't necessary. It's like a radio dial almost more now. It's like some combination of a lens radio dial and I don't even know. It's kind of a broad question. Question. What would you say is the future of design? Future of design. Definitely a broad question, but doesn't make it a bad one. I don't know. I don't know if I have the rosiest picture for design, if I'm being entirely honest. I think looking at like all the commoditization of design, I think it's like design's getting cheaper, it's getting systemized, it's there's templates for everything, there's tools to streamline things, and there's different ways to take it in terms of like what that actually means at the end of the day. Make sure this is all the same. It might like empower. Oh, that's way off. I had a way of doing this. That was whatever. I'm just gonna eyeball it for now. Ari can figure it out. Don't tell him I said that. But it's like all these tools, they might empower us to do more, and like, oh, I don't have to worry about like designing everything down to the last detail. Maybe I could focus on bigger picture things and make that better than like what I was able to do before. Like I have these base level tools that can make my designs better, which I think is great to a certain point. It's just going to be interesting on whether that starts like marginalizing the need for designers. Like design becomes so accessible that everyone can do it. And I think that's going to probably trim down the industry entirely. I think it's going to separate people who can create things that aren't like if what you're creating is like no different than what you can find in a template, I think you might find yourself in trouble. I think there's still a lot of room for people who just know the tools and can synthesize it all together. And like there'll be like production level design. I don't think that's ever going anywhere. The amount of resources needed for production level design might decrease because so much is either automated or just broadly commoditized. And so it's like people have to carve out like where there's opportunity and where like that commoditization, like where the gaps are. And I think a lot of that's in strategy. Like good strategy behind design, I think is never going to get commoditized. There's no way to systemize it. There's ways to like with a lot of like the AI, or not the AI, like all the data that can be gleaned from things like Facebook, and you can develop all these trends, and that can help like target with these AdWords. Like before, like that was all something that someone would have to kind of like pour through data and like make on their own, but now it's like this automated process. So I think that's kind of like there's always going to be those sort of incremental changes. It's like with like a typesetter or a typographer back in the day, like they had to go through and set all the different letterings, and like that's how you made type. Now with like computers and fonts, like you just do it digitally. Like you don't need a typographer or like a traditional typographer to do those things. And so it's just going to be an evolution of like what designers do and what their roles are in the creative process. How do you learn strategy? Um, that's a, another good question. I think it depends because there's different levels to it. There's like thinking strategically within design of like at what scale do you want to solve problems, and I think the one that might be super important to think about is like beyond the strategy of like a web page. I think there's going to become best practices where it's like the strategy of like an e-commerce page is going to become so automatic that it's like we don't really need to think about that. It's more about like how does this how does what I'm doing with my website, how does that ladder up to a broader strategy for a brand? Where does it fit within the ecosystem of things? What's the goals here? Who are we trying to talk to? That kind of thing where it's like guiding at that level, I think is really valuable. I don't think there's again, it's something that may get marginalized, but I don't think it's ever going to go away. That it needs that human touch and like understanding and analysis. Like I think a lot of like these like pure data analysis are able to glean a lot of things, but it still needs like a human to go in and like look at it, understand the nuance of stuff that's like what certain trends mean among certain demographics. Like it might be just it needs that extra analysis. I don't know. Kind of running away with that analogy, but and I think it starts with just thinking strategically and purposefully with design. Um, because I think that's really like the main difference between design and art is like design is very purpose built. It's like needs to serve a function. Um, it's made for other people, and so when you really need to make things for other people, you need to be just always thinking strategically and analytically of like what you're doing. And like for me on this like personal site, like that's down to like a very little narrow window of like strategically thinking how someone's going to navigate my content. How do I want someone to digest that? So if I'm leaning into like a magazine, like it is a content strategy in some form. Um, but like that will all just build healthy habits of like of then like you're naturally going to be asked of like how that serves, like why did you go with that content strategy. It's like okay, well, like we're trying to target a younger demographic who skews male and is like XYZ factors, and this is what they're interested in. um, just as like a broad example, probably a pretty poor example, but um, so it's just like always connecting the dots and understanding that design is very purpose built from the ground up and like as far up as you want to go. And so um, that's that's how I'd say you learn it, is just like putting it into practice as you design. Because there's definitely some people who go the more like art direction. It's just like more purely visual and they don't think strategically. And that's kind of the other side. So there's going to be the strategy and then like the unique art direction, like setting styles, I think is going to be very important no matter what. I don't think that's going to go anywhere. And I think that's probably where I see myself kind of living within. I do the strategy side, but um, yeah, the unique art directions I don't think are going to go anywhere. But all of like the production and all of these things that were kind of unknown, they're going to be more accessible, more understood, more just like I guess they call them table stakes. I don't know if that tracks, but like they're assumed. So it's like we've learned enough people have validated like these are the best practices. This is just what we're going to do. There's no question about it. There's no rounds of iteration on figuring out what our strategy is for this. This is just what we're going to do, and then we're on to something else, if that makes sense. The fact that you value strategy makes me feel better about working on journey maps and service blueprints. I just don't want to spend all my time doing those things. I like pushing pixels too. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways to like be in both worlds. I think designers are understanding that they have to think more strategically now. There's always going to be like the very junior level, and like, I don't know. I think as like web has matured, maybe it's instilled more for more junior level people to think strategically. But for me, when I came up, it was like UX designers were the ones making all the decisions on like all the interactions and all of, and then there was like a content strategist, and there was like three different roles, and now they're kind of being consolidated into one. Um, and so, yeah, thinking strategically, just and it's just building healthy habits and like being analytical, because it's like some of the other stuff, like some of these like wacky ass art directions, like they don't have to serve any purpose. I drag that around. I did. Um, like this kind of shit can just be whatever. Like there's room for just purely visual, but then like if you want to make a career out of it, you have to think about how you can bring value to someone else. And I think it sometimes it is playing around with colors and fonts, but a lot of times it's thinking about like solving business problems for people, um, because that's what people are going to want to hire you for. Is like how are you solving design problems for them? So kind of it's like another meandering answer, and I think I like talk myself in circles. I'm very prone to do that. I think I appreciate like everyone who's here and kind of hears through some of this stuff. I think um, my brain's wired in a very peculiar way, and I've never been great at articulating. Um, it's poetic that I like stall out at that moment. Just conveying like really well thought out long thoughts. Like I tend to just like think about some things in midway, like another connection starts being made, and then I forget what the starting point of that connection was, and then I just start going somewhere else. So um, you might get like a half answer out of that, I hope. But yeah, there's definitely a difference between art and design. I think it's always important to remember that. But it should all be fun at the end of the day too. I know it sounds like it's just like this really like procedural, like strategic, like no, like this shit's fun too. Like there's times where I don't think this is like the kind of the human element of it, but just going against like what analytics are telling you, or like taking risk, trying something new. Like that's always going to be something that goes beyond like a bunch of data collected. Like doing shit that you like, it's always important. Oh, how am I feeling about this? What show next? Play. I think I was right. I think played. You can play pause from here. Kind of interesting if this slides all the way over. It's a big move though. some oddities with like play pause. Like you can adjust the speed while it's playing, either by dragging this clicking. I don't think this moves. No, it has to. Kind of weird. Played. What is this now? Oh, this is the next. Previous. So this should be... Sorry, trying to work on my posture here. Oh. Too much hunching over. So this needs to be previous. I like keeping these together. I don't need to duplicate it. Where are you? Previous. Actually, this is so far off, I should probably just use this. Delete previous. The new previous. And this, like, I think this kind of works. It's going to be something, this is another thing that's going to be like heavily, like Ari and I will probably go back and forth on this. I'm not as confident as I was with the other one. I think the other one clearly made sense as like the joystick. And I'm trying to keep the joystick analogy here as well. It's just the play. Play's nice, but it might be confusing. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I think this is where I'm just gonna have to be resound to the fact that I'm not gonna figure everything out. There's gonna be a component of playing with it and what feels weird and what doesn't. Does this make sense? Does it not? I don't know. Let's find out. Don't need that. How are you? I don't care. Play it back. Don't have that anymore. Don't have a zoom anymore. Auto hide. One thing I'm thinking about is like showing the place. I think this is it. I don't think the progress numbers are really important. There's going to be an indicator elsewhere. So again, trying to keep this like a minimal footprint. And like next is just going to be basically a preloader state. You click that and it's going to have to kind of consolidate down into this to preload the next set of images. This is the only one I'm not sure about. Just the play button. Because the joystick's so simple on this, it makes sense to grab it where it doesn't necessarily make as much sense to grab it here. Yeah, that's something he and I will have to go back and forth on. But at least that's kind of figured out. can't remember what I was trying to do with this. I was trying to do like radiating out. I don't know. Like what happens when you click the arrows. There's like some wild ass design or like animation that happens, but I think I'm gonna move this out. Out here. Oh, there's this. I was trying to do like a dial at one point. This was going to be like the top navigation, actually. That's what that was. Instead of these like switches, it was going to be something like that, where it's just like a dial between each of the different sections. But I don't think that's really necessary. I'm almost like apprehensive about the switches. I just like how it consolidates down into something like this. This burger can go. And AV is the other section. I don't really know if that's going to happen or not. That might be contact or prints. There's a lot of things to figure out. Like where this fits in the ecosystem. So right now I have like this. I'll show it in context. So I have, this is going to go back to my site, like the main site. I guess I don't have it. Which I think kind of makes sense. So this is like the navigation within stills or media. I'm not sure what to call this because it also depends on Ari's scope and if he wants to do something like audio video type thing. Because I'd like to do like a place for music production. Like how I initially thought of it was like this was something called like Compass, I think is what I had. Oh, it is definitely what I had, Compass, where it was just like this big grid and it was like all types of media. It was all types of images, all types of videos, all types of audio. So it was like my current site has like kind of a structure to it around like the collaborations, the originals, and now like the stream. But this is just like strips all that shit away and it's just like purely like digesting content. But that's not so much how it was originally thought of. It was originally thought of as like a photo site, so I don't want to like do a bait and switch with Ari and be like, hey, you wanted to build like a whole media hub? I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna like that one. Let's get these out of here. I think the flow is good. This just needs to be 100%. No. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. This definitely needs some love. Because it's something I want to use for both, of like having an indication of where you are in the experience. So resolve, this should not be. Detail, next, resolved. So it should be the same in theory. There should be an X, there's no out. So this is like where my brain's thinking like there could be a nice transition of resolved stories landing. So if this is the stories landing, there's not going to be a play button in here. I'm just going to detach this for now. There would be a this would be landing. So this would give like a click in. There's no out. You're already as far out as you're gonna get. Let me do minimize. So I want to minimize navigation as much as possible. Like, so this is showing like the load in. It's gonna be like some sort of like pixelation load in. And again, like I'm not totally sold on this. I'll probably do some explorations. I like it, the switch idea being so consolidated, but yeah, I don't know if that's totally necessary. But all I'm thinking now is like if you click into this, I like the idea of the plus just being able to rotate out to this position. So it's almost like this just goes to here. Kind of, I mean, it's very similar to what goes on in this case study of like, so when auto hides, like the close and plus are just like this interchangeable thing. And like, again, like how simple the joystick is. There's something refreshing about it. No, like, yeah. I just really wonder the value of play. Like, if there's text in there, like, are you really going to want to autoplay it? Probably not. That's the reality of it. I don't see how it's a nice to have, and maybe some people want to do it, but for the complexities of this, just I can't reconcile it. Like, it's just, I'd rather not. And like, yeah, this state looks kind of weird, but this is like a transitory state of like, it's just in the same way of like when this is dragged off the center, like if you pause that there, like that's kind of a weird static state, which is what I'm looking at. And part of my brain wants to reconcile that and think like, all right, like how do I get something balanced in there? And it's like, it's a really dumb mentality, like trying to force functionality that isn't really needed. But watch, I'll probably contradict myself if you give me enough time. This means there's no play. Part of me wonders if there's some way of like, no, it needs to stay simple. Drag. If you click and drag and hold and go all the way over, you should be able to click it and it goes straight there, but this will be like a 2x. I think what's complicating things is I'm too latched onto this idea of this tooltip. I really like the design of it, but I think it's creating some unnecessary tension. So there's no tooltip then, I guess is what I'm saying. Whatever this VPS is. I wonder if outline. Oh, I have a button for it. I don't know, I don't use it more. There we go. Not the same thickness. These are 3. Another 1. What am I talking about? This is sort of like the added context of like the millimeter on the zoom. If I add like a plus and a minus. I guess there's no way to... That's interesting. I feel like it should be typed. .5. Just getting out of hand. Small typography. How dare I? Such an idiot. The fact that's not like perfectly centered kind of bugs me. Five was too small. I think having some size scale creates a little separation between the two, as well as the opacity shift. This is full size. And again, this is very small with like an image underneath it. Like this is aggressive. In the same way, I should push that back. All this like tooltip language should just be like, to the background, this is the resolve state. So I think that really helps, like having the transition from like the plus from the landing to the zoom out. And maybe there's a place for this, I don't know. Maybe it just goes into like the scrap bin of something I can use for something else at some point. I don't know. Unload tooltip, resolved. Next. Previous. Sorry if that was painful. I'm wondering now if there's a better way to offset these guys so it feels more balanced. Right now the center point's like about there. That's pretty far. I don't know if that's going to be a good or bad thing. So just try to create that offset so from like the center point there's at least a little bit of balance there. There's really not going to be because I mean there's so much more interface down at the bottom. But at least it kind of gives it that like circular balance to it. Although I'd probably argue this balance is probably better for where it should be. I don't think, yeah, that's definitely not where it should be. It should be based off of these first sort of controls. Like these should all be, yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. I think maybe this moves down. Again, like these like little 1 pixel offsets that Sketch are just like really trying to kill me with. Yeah, actually I think 1 pixel is better. So the 3 pixel was only from this center line, but if I don't need that, I think this is something I can use instead. My layers, so messy. Why is there a folder? I think it's like the 10th folder I've called lines. Gotta live a little, right? So now that this is all like living on the same sort of spacing, which I think just gone. The problem with that direct select deletion is that the folders remain, so then you have all these like ghost folders all over. So maybe not the best thing to pick up from me. So this is the better way to do it. Just like selecting the element themselves. Yeah, and you'd like to think that would be... Oh, there you go. Is that really not centered? Amateur hour here. I don't know about that. Why is it off? I have so many questions. But how many? $18. That's a random number. Needs to be. Yeah, it needs to be odd. This is where ideally I made this a symbol, and this is like I just update it once and it's everywhere, but because this line's moving, I mean, one thing I could do is like make symbols out of each of these, and then I could just trigger like an on and off state of like whichever one's active. But that's, again, probably overkill. So now I just have to go back and do these over again. Just okay. That bugs me as well. Pain. Just pain. It like needs to be one less so it lines up, but maybe I just need to take one off on each end. It's that simple. But not really. It doesn't look that simple. Yeah, I'll do another pass off stream just of all this spacing to make sure it lines up. Because I think that's going to be like, all right, is the gap right? Do I need to adjust that? Because there's a way to make it all work. It's just whether I subject you poor souls to it. I should probably do better things with my time on here. Previous, next. Just gotta check. Previous, yeah, I think auto hide still works. So if it's coming from basically the previous and next buttons will just have to disappear. They'll go behind is what I'm thinking. These all animate in at the same time to make this. And the previous next will just vanish. Okay. I am comfortable with that. No zoom. Circle moves. Slider doesn't. Close button persistent. Clicking each of these, you can click and to be able to drag this circle to here and have it hold and pan, or you'll be able to hold it so it like 2x's and tries to get to the end quickly. But clicking it will get you to the end in one click. I'm not mad about that. That works. gotta make sure I have all the states in the story. So I have preload, resolved, with a plus in the middle. I guess the problem I have with this is, like, if I'm using the same, I've already created complexity around the joystick at this level. If it's meant to be more tabbed. I have it at panning level here. I may need to rethink that. This would be like some sort of scroll jacking, so there's always something in the middle. But I don't know if it's going to be. I mean, we could do like a click and hold is how you get into it. I don't really like those. I don't like those like slide drag to enter. Yeah, those thresholds always feel kind of funky. More problems. How? So actually, I think to be fair, I never really like ironed this out either. This could be another little issue to solve. Adding interactions for joystick. I don't think there are other ways around it. Whether the explore button's enough. Like, you should be able to click into any of these and it takes you in. Yeah, I didn't think this through. How can this reconcile? Technically, if I have beginning and end, this should be here. There would be a start. There. Alright, there's custom cursors, but I don't want to get into that. That's a whole different system. This needs to be simple. I'm already asking so much. And that's where I think the detail just works nicely, is it's not, it's complex, but it's not asking too much. But the second I have convoluted interactions, like people don't need to parse. Like, it's like if you need to explain something, if you need to explain how something works, it doesn't work. For design, at least. I'm probably botching that quote, but it's like, yeah, if you need a user guide on how to navigate things, like it's not a good design. in terms of purely being something functional and um, user friendly being kind of the end goal. So, yeah. Damn. I thought I just figured it out. Excuse me. Always put like an Explorer CTA below. This is the one. These are all scraps. So if we strip out this, it's just weird. Like I don't want that to be where the like it's the same place as the close button, but that can't be where it is. It's just not. From like a system perspective, it makes the most sense. Of like the transition from like your in and out is always located here, but it's like the primary CTA, so it's strange to have it like just buried in with everything else. Like it needs to be more obvious. It needs like that's the primary action. So for it to feel like just another auxiliary action, it's a little strange. Reminds me of those super long old car instructional manuals or even early computer manuals. Yeah, I mean that's definitely part of the inspo for some of this stuff. Putting it in. Yeah, so a lot of these like, yeah, this is more modern. Like, oh, it's a Walmart post. It's so random. Some of these just like simple line diagrams that are like very technical. Um, that's where like some of the lens diagrams are where some of the influence is from. Um, very like pin line technical influence. Um, oh, well, I was mentioning that in terms of things not being intuitive. Oh, that's not a good parallel then. Yeah, I remember some of those. Remember some of those like map books where it was like you had to go to the next page, but it sent you to like 40 pages over to continue. And it was like, why? That doesn't seem like a good design. No, I already know this is going to be a bad idea. Like framing this. This is such a bad idea. Sometimes you got to try bad ideas. I hate to say it. And having the CTA above all of that is also very strange. This is killing me. I need to be done with this. Where fucking thing go? Oh. Don't want to put it here. I want this to be like the center action. And so I need, like, I think there's a decent idea of having it off the bottom like I was initially talking about. But this doesn't scale to the other grid is the problem. I don't want to have different solutions. I want this to be one-to-one parity. There's also the possibility that say like the joystick doesn't come in until the details, but this is the whole point, is that it shows up here. I feel like there's an easy answer here, and I'm just not seeing it. Can't get rid of the joystick. I hate for this to be a deal breaker. Look, there's no zoom in here. Moves to here. That's where the consolidation to auto arrows makes sense, but that's only as like that's like a tooltip to bring it back, like hover over it to bring it back. That's why the plus is there. That's why this makes sense here. This is kind of a pain. Dang. Yo, Alexa. Oh, coming at a peak struggle right now. Just at like the last little bit of this stupid joystick thing. Driving me crazy. Trying to figure out how to have a joystick and how you click into details at the same time. I don't want a tooltip. Ideally don't have text even. I don't think I want this here. I mean, it could be as easy as just like a click and hold to is like the difference. But the second you start dragging, it nullifies it. Probably gonna be a lot of accidental like click ins, click outs, which is not good. But I don't know if I see another solution. Your moving pics art is so dark. Moving pics art? Which ones? These? Oh, the joystick. That's just what Ari and I are calling it. So this is the zoom that's going to happen. So it's like, if you click and drag, it's like a little joystick that you can navigate around and pan. So that's what we're referring to, or I'm referring to when I say joystick, is like being able to pan around it, like the details of images. Like through here. So you click into an image, then you can zoom, but you can also like pan around as well. Yeah, and like my images are always dark. That's sort of the reality for me. There's some light ones in there. I did a... Where is it? Bright. So bright. Bright. I like, whenever I post dark images, sometimes my mom will text me and like, hey, is everything okay? It's like, why? She's like, well, that picture you posted, it was really dark. It's kind of like, are you okay? It's like, damn, it's just, I just like dark emotive images more than I like light ones. It's not like I'm super emo and depressed. That's what motivates me to post dark images. Oh, you're doing UI for the site? Yeah. So I'm trying to like get this thing done. At least like the main functionality. There's going to be a slideshow and then a panning. There may be like a video list view, but I have to see whether or not the developer already wants to do it. And I don't know, maybe like this, it's not meant to be tonight. Like I just need to sit on how to do this. Maybe I should start editing photos for it because there's so many photos I need to do for this stupid thing. So much yellow. No bueno, even red. I don't know. You guys exhausted of me staring at this thing? Please say yes. I'm looking for a cop out here. I changed avatar on Facebook. My mom called me too. Yeah, it's like, I mean, especially like images like this, like, yeah, they're kind of dark and, you know, I just think emotive first, but maybe they're sinister or emo or I don't know. Watching me do images is way more fun. You know what? I tend to agree. I think I've showed enough of the struggle for one day. I think I said I was going to spare everyone me doing this on stream, but then I was like, no, I need to do it. Because I was having a hard time doing this on my own, but I'm going to go ahead and save this. And one thing I'm going to figure out is this fucking zoom. On to like greener pastures right now. Do some photos. Oh, it's the template. Master library. So quit sketch. All right. Oh, I noticed this today. If any of you have the Apple TV app, and and it looks like there's no new images, or even if you get like black images, you just have to quit it and restart it, and it'll resync. There's something going on. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to be able um, to update um, automatically. So when you delete images, it should just notice there's no image with that file name there and just remove it from the list. But sometimes it doesn't do it. I don't know exactly. I need to talk to my brother about it. He did all the development. You gotta play some video games to get UI inspiration. Not a bad idea, honestly. I do a little, yeah, I think I mentioned it before, like get into COD and like Rocket League and stuff like that. Rocket League's like my just kind of silly, unwind sort of game. It's a lot of fun, a lot of strategy to it, and just playing people that are just, God, some of them are like crazy. Getting into like, I don't know if anyone else plays besides like teenagers and me and my friend. I don't have anything Apple. I think not even QuickTime on OS. Don't have anything Apple. Oh, that's right. QuickTime is for PC, supposedly. I've heard it's not very good. Yeah, I've just bought into the Apple ecosystem, for better or worse. I do wish there were more games. I wish like I could play. I used to play like Halo. It was like a Halo demo. I don't know if it was like Halo 1 for like Mac. There's multiplayer on there. I was in like a clan and everything. It was wild. I played that so much because I was never allowed to play like shooting games when I grew up. I was growing up. Couldn't even have like a console. It's like, no, you're gonna go outside. You're not gonna waste your time playing games. So I really didn't. I'd like go to friends' house who had like Counter-Strike. I was just like, I felt bad. Like in hindsight, I'm like, damn, that was kind of a lame move to go over to their house and just like play. Like we take turns playing games on their computers, playing Counter-Strike. That's probably why my game development mentality's not there. Thanks, Mom. Holding me back. I don't know, it's like everything in moderation. Like, video games can be they stimulate the brain. There's a lot of strategy involved, depending on the games you play. Oh, Leica's point and shoot. Uh, yeah, I mean, Leica's design's always super nice. I don't know what that is. It's about what I would expect. Their font's a little strange, though. I guess it's kind of... they've used that. Oh, some random redesign. But yeah, all these like dials and stuff like this is so nice. Yeah, it's sort of like taking all this stuff in. Oh, excuse me. Just collecting as much like. More recently, it's been a lot of this like retro. Oh, I think I should show it. Is it VHS? Vault of VHS. This is my secret. I'll share it with you guys. Put it in the Twitch chat. I don't have access to the YouTube chat. I'm sorry for anyone who's on YouTube. It's vaultofvhs.tumblr. There's a lot of really bad ones, but man, there's some just rad vintage design. Like, I feel like all of the best designers worked in audio because a lot of it's like the interfaces too. Like all the dials. It's in my sketch file. Absent Chest of Steel 2000. Sign me up. Yeah. I just love all this old design. I hope I'm on my photography profile. Wait, oh yeah, I'm tilting the whole camera. Gotta like get in the right eye level. Oh, getting old. See, another bright image. Not so depressed anymore. This one's fairly straightforward. There are a lot of ways to get in trouble. I always struggle with like the color color tones. Gotta do my more teal sky. Blue and teal start with. Image is so Michael Bay. When I was really little, my dad and his coworker made a PC out of a cassette player and TV and some PC parts. So to load a game, you would need to put a cassette on and play all the weird sounds for the PC to listen to the tones, and then it would load the game. That's crazy. I'd like that. Kind of blows my mind. Like how you'd even do something like that. That's really wild. Yeah, that VHS site. That's a jam. If you ever need some like old vintage design, like a lot of it's like very minimal. Like some of this stuff is just so clean. That's funny, like you see so many of the same fonts that are just like they keep coming back. Like, oh shit, was that made like recently? Nope. That's like this felt like you could have convinced me this was made like last week. Like that kind of font is becoming much more popular now. Just like the typesetting. And all the, like the dial designs too are so rad. So much beautiful design on these products. What did I do? Oh, that's like an amp skin. Thousand Hi-Fi? Man, look at these. Oh, these are so sweet. Amplifiers. Probably not the 90s. I think the 80s are probably the best. Yeah, they just don't make this kind of shit like they used to. Yeah, all these like, oh man, it's so nice. Yeah, that's just always fun to take a look at. Can't so loud. Excuse me. Sorry. Losing it. Might get loopy after 11 o'clock. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not as like jacked up on caffeine as I was. The nap sort of lost its effect. I just don't know about this. Feels way more teal and blue. Probably my most revisited inspiration is probably graphic U. Assuming, is that? Ooh. Is there just like, is their theme just broken? Or is the theme, is that the style? This stuff is rad though. I'm gonna add this to add bookmark, inspiration. The old brutalist. That's what I thought. This just like as their logo kind of threw me for a loop. I'm glad to see brutalist like didn't totally stick around. You can kind of see it in like the remnants of it in some places, but I haven't heard that term for a while, which is kind of a good thing. Stuff is so sweet. Okay. Oh, what language that is. Interesting. Yeah, dude, thanks for sharing that. I will definitely be looking at that site. It's a good start. It's better than much better than that. It feels funky. Yeah, it's getting there. I feel like I'll just want to like settle with that and see if that's really what I think works. Some of these, I did this on the stream the other day, and it is just something about like the way the colors register on those images. It just doesn't click. It's like that boat I was talking about the other time on stream. I think I have like 20 different edits. Fire engineering things. He made a filter and EQ by himself from home. All the micro schemas he soldered himself. I can't imagine what understanding at all. Oh yeah, like the understanding required to do all that sort of like soldering and like I look at these boards and I don't even know where to start with them. And like someone who can just make them themselves, like that's just crazy. A lot of skill involved in that. Get rid of this. I hate this image now. I think I'm gonna. Why does that look bad again? I don't know what I'm looking for. It just doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, it's not there. But at least it's off. Like that old version is problematic. I thought I updated this. 09, it's 9,000. Where are you? That's not it. That's not it. I know I edited this before. I think I did it on stream. It's not that. I think it's the shot, but there's 0% chance that's it. Yeah, that needs to go. Those images I just never. All right, see you, Lambig. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stay on either. I think I want to do a couple images, fix a couple things. Just got to respond to a text real fast. Sorry to do this on stream. Okay. I'll make a duplicate. This is it's some of those, like, I'm not mad about this that much. I think it's just chunky through here. Oh, there's so many settings, not. Oh shit, that was where I took it last time. That's interesting. Yeah, I like how this curve comes back into the corner, so I'll probably keep this one. Up these highlights. Again, just like an image this soft, like control is super important. So taking it out of the image and then manufacturing and controlling it through various sliders is how I've come to do it. Can't believe how green I went on the last one. Green and red, like that's just strange. I don't think green's necessarily a bad thing. I think, yeah, the yellow, it feels more dynamic. It's kind of nice. I don't know if I really need much in the shadows because it's so shadow heavy. It's like the second I touch it, like it just gets a little funky. Need another unifying. It's just a little bit. Sorry, more text. All right. Oh, what's this? These Imgur links. Oh. Yeah, those are nice. God, those are like so heavy duty. So well built. I mean, that thing is so cool. Not sure I can turn it all on, but I love how it looks. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that. It's wild. Like, I watched some. There's a guy on YouTube called AVE. He's like this crazy Canadian guy who, like, the way he talks, he almost speaks like a different language. Um, but he does these tool teardowns and, like, he does a lot of modern stuff, and it's all just, like, points out, like, what the point of failure is going to be on these products. It's like, well, you're going to use it, and this is what's going to give out. Don't buy it. It's typically the advice he gives, but he's done a couple teardowns of like comparing modern tools to old tools, and it's just like the way things are built or were built. There was just like there's a different mentality. It's like now it has the mentality of like they're building things with a very specific shelf life in mind, whereas before it's like they just wanted like a tool that was going to work super well. And yeah, like that it wouldn't break down. There was like pride in the tools. Now it's just like let's make them as cheap as we can. That's sad. But it makes you appreciate those little tools like and like components like that so much more. Yeah, I think I'm feeling pretty good about that. Definitely an improvement over the first one. See, dark, cold. Where are you? Let's export that. Green. I think this is the one I did. How did I do the waterfall one too? Sworn. Really? So strange. Like I remember painting in like some of the masking on this. That's so weird. See, I'm not getting that 6 hours of sleep. I'm losing my mind. That one's okay. This is kind of funky and weird. Go on a bright note. Although this one's kind of a tricky one. Some weird things going on. I prefer this one. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make... The color's not too far off, so I don't mind starting here. There's so many settings off. I'm scared what this is gonna look like. No, no, no. Ah, this is where it actually ended up. Multiple settings things. That was an export setting for capture one. So it stripped out a lot of things. So it's not. How was that so far gone? I may need to start over on this. Yeah, I mean, we have that. So reset. That's the unedited version. And immediately the default upping it is like a half a stop. These are always kind of a wild card for me in terms of like what direction to go with it. So depending on kind of what order I do things sometimes, it'll very much change how they come out. Make snapshots? Yeah. I don't know why, but I've never really worked with that tool very much. I'll just create duplicates so that I have like these 3 different variants. I guess variance is the right word. So that I can go through and just compare them. I think snapshot's probably what I'm looking for, if I'm being honest. So I probably need to start making that pivot, because there is like the variance can become a little unruly in terms of like how you manage them. Sun's getting really yellow. Yeah, I don't think more yellow is the answer to my problems here. I almost like neutralizing it to some degree. Just a little bit. Part of me wants to like make everything yellow, but part of me likes the balance. I think this is like too blue. I don't know. Let's see what I can do here. So even like bringing in the blues and the highlights, I think just saves this from being so overwhelmingly blue or yellow. And is it feeling like the original moment? Yeah, I kind of like dumping the. Oh, you always use snapshots? Yeah, I think I need to. What happens? Huh. Yeah, that'll probably get some use. Because really, it's just like having different looks that I'm into at that point. Or trying different things. Some of these are just too sensitive. They're so overwhelming. I don't know if upping that's helping. Yeah, I can't really do much with the blues. I do think it's better than this version. It feels more balanced. It does feel pretty yellow. I mean, I wonder if it's something I could fix in some of these channels. But this, like the gradients are so soft, like I'm really apprehensive about diving into this. Probably would caution against it. You can just see it like flaring up. It's like the fewer points, the better in this. I like slight hue, twist, and gradients. Twists and gradients. I'm not sure. Follow. Sorry, it's getting past my bedtime. I can't believe we've been going for like 4 hours. Oh. Like blue gradient, I like to make a bit towards teal in highlights and more towards rich blue violet in the shadows. Yeah, I can see how that would work. Um, Oddly, for some reason, I like reds in the shadows. I don't know. I think it's just a personal taste thing. I think the reds for me neutralizes some of the some of the blues that like I think the Sony cameras pick up pretty heavily are the blues and the shadows. So, but I think like if you're gonna lean into it, sometimes doing some of those things might help. Kind of control the colors of the shadows. Sometimes I'll just get into like the individual like tonal curves for each channel, and even that I think I do kind of like. I think it's like a little blue for my liking. It's like I don't want to dump all blue, but yeah, and this is better. So the orange just feels overpowering. I think the blue helps with that, but it's like you can't change the identity of this. Like this is, I believe that's the raw image. It's that dark. Maybe it's something I'm missing out on. I'm just going too bright. Like lean into the dark aspect of it. But again, this is like shifting how everything's applied. So I'll probably make a duplicate or a snapshot once I kind of wrap my head around that. I can't mess with that. So now I'm trying to go from the other direction, like go dark and then pull it back up through the midtones and highlights. It's a bit more contrasty than I tend to like, but it is pretty close to the original image. Is pretty contrasty. So it's pretty soft. Do wonder a little highlight control. Sometimes I can back some of these down a little bit. Also, greenery in real life is yellow when highlighted by this, or when lighted by the sun. Yellow green in the midtones, and green blue in shadows from the sky. I like to replicate that in the green gradient. Nice. Yeah, I'd heard. I was learning 3D and talking about how like everything has everything reflects light, transmits light. It's like I think they were talking about how to do like realistic skin, and that was something you have to think about, which I'd never even thought of before. Dark. I like the darker one. Shocker. I think it's a bit tilted still. I think so too. I was looking at the horizon line. It feels strange. And I reset it. That's why. I lost it. It's a good call out. Wish I could see more of that. And just take out these guys. So it's more like this moment this guy's having right here. But I don't think I'm gonna have that. So 220. It's not bad. It's a little high. I'm gonna export that. Let's surf and see. Boom. Alright, I definitely have to call it there. It's almost midnight here. Thank you again to everyone. Kind of interesting stream. Little night stream. Trying out new times. I check it moving the horizon to the edge and looks they're parallel. Yeah, I try and do that too. Like pull up the reference grid. Yeah, thank you again. Fun checking out all that stuff. Yeah, I'll probably be out for a little bit, and then yeah, I don't know when the next stream will be, but yeah, I need to raid people. I don't know who to raid. I have to like look at all the different channels for sure. I do want to start like sending people over there. Yeah, because that was great when people raided my channel, and then finding out about like the photography community. So yeah, I just don't know which channels to send to. So that's coming next. I keep saying it, and I need to make progress. But yeah, thanks for the heads up on that. That's a great call. So, all right, you guys have a great night or day wherever you are, and